Құрметті қатысушылар, 5 минуттан кейін конгресс жұмысын бастаймыз. Конференц залдағы орындарға жайғасуыңызды сұраймыз. Құрметті қаржыгерлер, іс-шарамыздың ашылу салтанатына қош келдіңіздер.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you to our Finance Congress. And first, I would like to hand it over to Bakhmutova Yelena Leonidovna, Chairperson, Association of Financiers of Kazakhstan. Hello, dear participants of the 12th Congress of Kazakhstan Financial Congress. I would like to welcome you and congratulate you on the Day of the National Currency and our professional day. So the key topic of our today's Congress was chosen liberalization of financial sector rights and responsibilities. As far as you know, according to the message of the head of the Republic of Kazakhstan, the message of liberalization of the economy, the key areas of future liberalization of the economy must be the full-fledged implementation of the private entrepreneurial activity liberalization and the non-involvement of the government in the interbank relations and the promotion of the free competition among the market stakeholders. The financial market has always been the most competitive, dynamic, and progressive. The structure of the finance sector itself over the past years has changed considerably. New financial ecosystems emerge that are aimed at the needs of the clients, its interests and objectives. So the channels and the whole system of the relationship between the consumers and suppliers of the financial services that requires the unbiased and balanced approach of their regulation. The resolution of all these measures are not possible unless the legislation is there. That's why we are working closely, and we will continue to cooperate very closely with the deputies of the lower chamber of the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan, public authorities, regulators, and the National Chamber of Entrepreneurs. With the joint efforts, we hope to contribute the sustainable development of the financial financial sector of our country. At the same time, the development of the financial services are very closely linked to the development of the economy. And the development of the financial sector may not be advancing the real sector or whose servicing is the key purpose of the financial organizations. That's why in our first plenary session with the market stakeholders and regulators, we will discuss how the liberalization of the finance sector may contribute to the economic growth of the country. The finance market regulators introduce new technologies, so with the involvement of the market participants that contribute the application of the principles both on the development of the financial market and through the financial organizations in the real sector of the economy. And two discussions, two panel sessions will be dedicated to that. The panel sessions will also discuss the products for people and business, including the new and the emerging ones. Besides the business objectives, our financial sector has always been participated in the social life with the support of those who may need the support for various reasons. All the financial organizations are the mecenators and the contributors of this. Under the support of Halkina, a public fund headed by Mr. Janishев, I'd like to draw your attention to TLS charity project that will allow for the people, and the children in boarding schools and orphans with disability to live better. In the whole, you can find the information of the TLS project, and please review with the cooperation format. Once again, I'd like to congratulate you on your day, and I wish you very productive discussion in your project, in our Congress. And now the next floor is given to the chairman, National Bank of Kazakhstan, Governor Timur Suleimanov. Thank you very much, dear participants, dear colleagues of the 12th Congress. I would like to welcome all of you at the 12th Kazakhstan Financial Congress. We decided to coincide this meeting to the day of the national currency, and we will also share today our best practices, and that's why this platform is turned into the experience sharing platform, and it will contribute to very positive discussions. I would also like to tell you that I would like to congratulate you, the workers of the financial sector, the parliamentarists and others. Given the changes in the global economy, I would also like to mention this fact. You know that the global economy is fraught with various risks due to geopolitical stress, global political instability, and the high market volatility, the changes of the market relations and redistribution of the capital, which are ongoing and will be in future from the January next year. All of these challenges make countries to readapt to the new realities and change their strategies. Everything is happening on the onset of the global revolution. That's why the new risks and challenges emerge, and the countries face the issue of using the emerged technologies and changing in the market models as well as the market patterns. All this requires the flexibility from the financial market, not only from the stakeholders, but from the finance regulators. Our country, as a part of the global economy system, requires adaptation to these challenges and a huge transformation. The situation in our economy is very well known to all those present, and just a couple of numbers. Upon the results of 9 months, the economy grew by 4%, and I think that's a good result as compared to the previous year. Last year we grew 5.1. It was a record-breaking growth of the past 10 years, and I think that 4% growth is an optimistic figure. We also observe a positive dynamics in the deceleration of inflation. If we talk about the annual indicators, it decreased 2.5 folds from the peak up to 8 this year, but we are far from target by 70%. We are far away from the target, and We, as the macrofinancial regulator, requires a certain rigidity in our monetary policy. The unemployment level in Kazakhstan remains low. It is 4.6%. The salaries are growing. The real salary index is 2.7, and the average salary increased by 11.3. The investment in the core capital increased by 11.6, and it's an important factor which we need to draw our attention to in line with the macroeconomical factors. And there is a good part that the investment in the non-raw material sector are growing faster. They grew by 10.2%. And here we will talk about the role of the banking funding and the role of the funding from the finance sector for the creation of the new investment cycle. So our finance system plays an important role in providing the economic growth and stability of our country. Over the years of independence, I think that the elderly generation, the adults, our colleagues will witness that we have created a stable financial structure that meets all of the standards of the latest development, and we see a lot of positive things. Talking about our bank-centric system, I'd like to highlight some figures in banking sector. The aggregate assets are around 47% from the GDP. They increased by 13% from the beginning of the year. Yet to date, there is room for growth. And at the same time, however, the dynamics is obviously the banking sector profit is growing. From January to September, it was 1.9 trillions. It is higher than the last year. The corporate crediting, retail crediting are growing. Of the level of NPL is decreasing. We will talk about it more in details. We can see that in the banking sector there is a decent stability. At the same time, I'd like to highlight that not only the banks are growing, but it's a great pleasure for us to see that the capitalization of the market in our key platforms like KZ, AIFC increased considerably. In KZ, the growth was 29%, and AIFC, the growth was 15%. Also, the volumes are growing, the liquidity is growing. That's why I believe that in the foreseen future, we will talk about our bank-centric approach will be with less certainty because other sectors are growing. This is a fact of life that the banking sector is an avant-garde of the banking sector of Kazakhstan, and this is the core in the development of all sectors, and we are the leaders here. Over the 5 years, the cashless transfers increased by 10-fold, and now they are 90% from the retail turnover. The digital channels are dominating channels in providing financial services. 8 out of 10 transactions are taking place through online banking. The mobile banking apps have become the key interface for e-commerce, GovTech, and others. At the same time, there is a room for growth. We also have some issues related to the penetration of loans. We have a very low level of loans as compared to other countries, around 27% versus GDP. We also have certain issues related to the structure of the credit portfolio. The consumer loans are growing and in the settings of the growing of the corporate loans. That's why the head of the state highlighted the necessity of the deep reforms in the real sector. On the one hand, that was very detailedly mentioned in the decree of liberalization, and on the other hand, as a finance sector, we should not be left behind. We need to create this opportunity for the real sector because all of us are succeeding here. We should not stand still, and we need to act as enablers of these changes. To make this happen, we need the finance system to work efficiently and contribute to the stability and the economic growth. The key topic of the Congress is liberalization, further growth and progress of the financial sector, as well as the new regulation, the law on banking. We will talk about it more in details later on. I think none of you have doubts that this law is required, and it will require very meticulous work as well as the constructive dialogue. We can also see that as a part of this work, we also need to talk about the increasing of the competition in the banking sector, both in domestically and strengthening the positions of Kazakhstan in the regional context. The finance market of Kazakhstan is the leader in Central Asia, and our purpose is to hold and increase our leading positions in the region. Besides the good governance, we also require the infrastructure, we require the regulatory and bylaws context. That's why, with the support of this sector, we are developing the digitalization strategy of the finance regulators for the coming 5 years. That's why we don't want to be the brakes. We see how the fin sector is developing, how the players are developing. We don't want to be the hampering factor, but we want to be the promoters. And our technological maturity will create a good impetus for the development of the whole industry. Our purpose is to build the best digital bank in the region. We want to be the role model, and we claim the ambitious, and we want to be the benchmark for the whole region. We will keep on developing the digital finance infrastructure, including such projects as the digital tenge, open API, open banking, and the national payment systems and others. We also believe that the neutral interbanking structure will serve as a driver of the innovations and competitions and the basis for the development of different banking products. Given the systemic importance of these initiatives within the framework of the new regulatory framework and the banking sector, we want to highlight the role and the status of the digital finance infrastructure, including the possibility of the involvement of the market participants to its servers in order to ensure the competition, neutrality, and human-centric approach. And another important aspect of our project is the development of data-driven approach. We always hear that the data is not enough, the data is not clear, and the data is government-owned, and the market does not see it in a way it needs. That's why we launched the factory of data, which will ensure the integration of all our systems in the national bank, including with the use of the artificial intelligence. Even today, we are holding the beta testing, and we have already launched the repository of open data that enables to share our data in the machine-readable form. About 80 data sets are already available at our website, and colleagues will mention about it today as well. And I would like to ask all your analytics and experts to go there to check what is working, what is not, and we will take it into consideration and we will get it right. We would also like to introduce you the digital token that will be supported by the gold. You can give it as a gift through AIX, as well as to exchange it to investment tokens, and these tokens will be available to purchase with effect from next year. That's why we follow the trend of tokenization, and at the same time it highlights that we actively use the whole infrastructure of our country, both of CASI, that is our key stock exchange, and AIX. The huge stake is made on it for the development of financial instruments. Our colleagues will talk about our initiatives later, and again, I would like to congratulate you on this very important day. That's a very festive day of which you have merited. I would like to thank Africa as well as Natalia and Nina for such an approach that we're liberated, and I would like to wish everyone a very good 2025. It will be better than this year, despite of all the shocks that we expect. Thank you very much for that. And now I would like to hand it over to the chairperson, Agency for Regulation and Development of the Financial Market, Madina Abdulkasimova. Dear colleagues, dear friends, dear guest, Timur Muratovich, Elena Leonidovna, I would like to congratulate you on the day of financial sector and the financiers. Our Kazakh nationalbank is the symbol of our state and the guarantee of the development of the young republic. Every year, the head of the state always sets the demands and gives the instructions that are in line with the latest challenges of the global level. All this plays an important role in the finance sector. Every worker of the financial sector works hard for the development of the whole sector of Kazakhstan. Thanks to the efforts from our side, we work in the open state and we were able to build a new finance sector. I'd like to thank you for the contribution of all the financial sector stakeholders, microfinance institutions, security agencies, collecting agencies, and others. Thanks to your everyday work and your adherence to high standards and improvements, the financial market keeps on developing steadily, providing for the stability of the region. The work of the financial regulator is an ongoing dialogue and the process of the permanent cooperation with the market participants. Together with us, we follow the latest trends of the finance markets on the global and local levels, and we need to elaborate adequate solutions to be competitive and sustainable. Our purpose as the financial regulator is to support the economy, finance the economy, and providing the trust to the financial sector, contributing development of business and enabling fair competition on the financial market. The key trends of the financial market always makes us developing new solutions. The financial sector promotes the artificial intelligence, big data, and blockchain. It allows to optimize the process to provide for the client service and better customer experience. The cybersecurity becomes a priority to provide for the trust and decrease the financial loss. Another important aspect and trend is the work of the international regulators that, in response to the risks, introduce new standards and norms to support the consumers and rule out the financial risks. The confidentiality and risk management become important element, and one of the key objectives is to introduce the ESG principles that reflects the growth of the expectation provides for the increase in the business activities. Fintech innovations keep on opening up new opportunities, including centralized platforms, tokenized digital assets that provide alternative solutions to traditional services. Another trend is to highlight the preferences of the consumers that increase the interaction between financial institutions.
Today, financial sector of Kazakhstan continues to provide stability in achievement of economic goals of the country. As Timur has said, our assets of finance organizations have increased. They've increased in the last 5 years to 65 trillion tenge. There's growth in all areas of economy. And next slide, assets of bank sector for 5 years increased 2 times to 58 trillion tenge. Bank sector is stable, well capitalized, has enough of equity. And assets of the insurance organizations have increased 2 times for the past 5 years to 2.3 trillion tenge. Capitalization of share of equity market increased as well. So 102 new issuers came to our stock exchange. All the micro loans have increased 8 times to 2.8 trillion tenge. Speaking of the key reforms from the last Congress of Financiers, we've evaluated the sector from the World Bank perspective. The results show good progress in providing macroeconomic stability in the development of surveillance and in the financial sector. Experts did a assessment of the bank sector which showed full or almost full achievement of all principles, and no gaps were discovered. Tests done by International Financial Center showed the good level of capital above average, even in the most stressful scenarios. The security market were estimated as solid. In all sectors of the economy, the risk surveillance is introduced. In the bank sector, in the capital sector, the assessment of liquidity and is done. Stress tests are done. At the end of 2023, agency has introduced special surveillance that incorporates stress testing and other factors. Also, conservative buffer was increased from 2 to 2.5%. We also completed consolidating surveillance for banking conglomeration. At the consolidation level, from 2025, we will have prudent norms in risk portfolios, in risk control. Until at the end of this year, we want to introduce new normative leverage at 3% as part of the stress assets at the request of the President. Necessary bills were made. Accreditation was done by the agencies, and for the first time we launched the first credit rating agency according to the Paris Agreement. And in sustainable development, we promote ESG in the financial sector. This year we adopted 2 new guidelines for ESG. It's the disclosure of information for ESG and the guidance for the management of ESR. These guidelines will become necessary and will be introduced in all internal documents of the companies, which will allow to use ESG in financial operations. Previously, the legislative reforms were introduced that allowed up to 10% to invest from their equity. In 2023, national standards, open AP and open banking were developed, and 62% of second-tier banks are using OP standards. To do anti-fraud activities, financial infrastructure was development, and necessary platform for exchange of information was developed. At the insurance market, digitalization of data is finished, and online payments were introduced in all types of insurance. And agencies doing systemic work to increase the sector with the participants of all sectors. At the request of the President, the measures for expansion of loans have been increased. It's important to notice that the loans have increased without collateral for the past 9 months, increased by 37%, which is 2.7 trillion tenge. The portfolio of loans has increased since the beginning of the year, up to 12 trillion tenge. What measures are we taking? First, it's prudential measures of stimulation. First, it's the less collaterals, more liquidity, the assessment of risks, and more syndicated loans. Also, our priority goes to syndicated loans. We've mentioned that a lot. We said that the capital may not be enough in solo basis, so this syndicated loans allow to provide financing to big projects. So we created a special project office, and we've approved loans for 6 trillion tenge. So it's foreign banks, local banks, development institution for the development of big infrastructure projects. National Bank this year has supported and launched mechanism of investing national assets. We said that there's still an issue of funding base. These banks some banks have only deposits, and they have of deposits of up to 80%. They have to develop long-term funding. So the assets of retirement fund, they go into obligation, into bonds of banks up to 7 years. It allows to provide lengthy money. Systemic measures to decrease the loans of population. This problem has been pressing, has been active for the past 2 years. The growth of loans among people. We saw that in online loans. With the support of the Senate of the Parliament, we were able in June of this year, we approved the bill to minimize the risks of borrowers. We included all the rights. It's the ban on giving loans. If it's 90 days of overdue, they cannot take out a loan. There is a new guideline for taking out loans, and up to 45 days had to be taken to approve a loan in some cases. The term was decreased from 56 to 43 days. For other loans, for the first time, some other norms, some other guidelines were introduced. Also, the assessment of sovereignty was estimated in some borrowers to decrease the burden of some borrowers. The biggest problem right now is the growth of financial scams. Since the beginning of the year, 7,000 loans were given to some scammers. So, in this way, in this case, together with National Bank, Ministry of Internal Affairs, coordinated efforts were shaped to combat this. So, first, biometric multifactorial identification is used when giving out loans. So the security measures were introduced in some application. Anti-fraud center was introduced, which allows to exchange information in live mode between the agencies, state agencies, and to prevent timely scams. We have anti-fraud departments in all banks, which meet the latest standards. Also, for all people, you can voluntarily refuse to take out loans, and the clients at the legislative level, they are required to they can drop that loan if individual took out that loan by mistake. So together with the senators and the financial market, we're considering the cold period when the loan was given in 24 days, so just to combat these scams. So speaking of the future of the development, so the main areas were already mentioned. First, it's creating conditions for the further development and increase of competitiveness in the banking sector. The legislative adjustments were made. They are under consideration in the parliament. So there's a task to attract more foreign investors to the local market. Right now, we see that some financial groups showed interest, and this year you saw there were two major deals, and we expect more this year. BNK, for example, company, we expect to get license. Also, the sales of Berike Bank to Qatar investor, and also making decision with regards to the biggest financial group from the UAE, ADCB, about the transforming of its subsidiary Bank of Al Hilal here in Kazakhstan. In implementation of the message of President of Kazakhstan, together with the National Bank, we're developing new draft bill which will aim at creating innovations in the banking sector to build proper regulation for the development of regulation and fintech innovation and digital services in the banking sector. Apart from that, this regulation of digital assets and competitive fintech solutions, apart from banking sector, it will require some changes and different amendments to the legislation. The work which we have studied. There will be issues that will be considered: the accessibility of loans, the growth of loans, the introduction of new licenses. There will be new types of licenses, basic licenses and other types of licenses. Also, traditional banks will be able to open Islamic windows. Other issues will be introduced to combat the risks that we're facing right now with the growth of innovations and technologies, reforming of regulation of bad banks. And so for the growth of loans of the economy, Together with AFK, a new package of prudent measures will be developed to promote the loans. First, it's the loan for one borrower. At the initiative of the MOVE Fund, we are considering the creation of one guarantee fund for medium and small-sized businesses. With the National Bank, we continue to finance infrastructure. Timur has already mentioned that, talked about the plans. For the capital market, it's important to mention that the development, the credit rating agencies, so we have firm intention to open these credit rating agencies that will meet the national practices, that will allow to increase the ratings of national companies, medium-sized business, and to push their IPOs. It's the law of endowment funds, which is limited right now. We're trying to expand it to make sure that we develop it in the banking sector. We want to increase our retirement funds to reach the benchmark. Also, the issues of regulation of tokenized assets, of digital assets, the carbon quotas, insurance market, new technologies of insurtech, the insurance organizations, possibilities will be expanded. Also, important initiatives that is being discussed right now, it's the creation of fund of catastrophic risks and development of model of catastrophic insurance from earthquakes, avalanches, fires, floodings. So dear participants of the Congress, dear participants of the financial markets, once again I'd like to congratulate you on the anniversary of our national currency. We have big tasks ahead of us. I hope that together we can provide growth and dynamic stability of our financial sector. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to Mr. Benaour, that will be talking about the digitalization of the financial market and the new impetus for the development of the financial market. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to congratulate you on the National Currency Day as it was set today. We are talking today about the liberalization of the financial market of Kazakhstan. The high technological demands are always there, and they help us develop and moves us further. So it's not just the main driver, financial market, it's not just the main driver of digitalization in the country. We are in the leading position in terms of digital payments, mobile applications. They're not just interface for the services. We get state services, we do online shopping, we buy tickets, plane tickets. We can say for sure that the whole life cycle of getting financial services from opening bank account to end is digitalized. It was made possible by the entrepreneurial initiatives and the talents of the market participants. So, to make sure that the talent is unleashed, we have to have open, transparent competitiveness level. So there are two main factors for that. First, it's the progressive regulation. Second, it's the interbank infrastructure that connects banking sectors between each other and provides smoothness transfer of cash in the economy. These two aspects from the first days of independence allows to develop. So National Bank created a sustainable infrastructure that processes 87 cashless transactions. So our data center has hundreds of organizations that allows to provide these services remotely. We get around 30 million requests a year. Of course, we shouldn't rest on our laurels. So digitalization has pushed services into remote. It changes the nature, the fabric of the market. So as of today, the borders between fintech, between e-commerce, government tech, they're blurred there. So it generates new challenges for the regulator. With ESG With the AI and blockchain, with geopolitical turbulence, this creates new requirements to the financial regulation. And in light of this, together in partnership with these agencies, we developed the digitalization strategy. So, what our colleagues are doing abroad, the national banks abroad, we would like to point out three trends, three initiatives which are being carried out by our colleagues. First, introduction of digital currency. More than 90% of national banks across the world, in one way or the other, they are considering the introduction of digital currency. But what's most importantly, our key partners, they do this in a very mature, they are already in mature stages of that. In light of geopolitical turbulence, more than 70 countries, they've introduced their own currencies to provide the sustainability of these currencies towards risks. And AI, of course. Financial regulators, they're actively using it for financial surveillance, for macroeconomic assistance and analysis. If we look at what's happening in central banks across the world, some are focuses to create infrastructure for the market, others are focusing on their own digitalization, but they're united by one thing. All of them, regulators and central banks, they are actively investing in creation of their own digital expertise. Our ambition is to go wide, and this ambition is about the concept of digital national bank. What is it? It's a digital ecosystem that will divide it into 5 fields. I will talk about it. The main idea is simple. National bank as the systemic bank should develop based on digitalization, which will not allow to improve our processes, but will give impetus to the growth of national economy. So let me talk about the areas. First area, it's the national digital financial infrastructure. It's a combination of regulatory measures that would show us, make our system consumer oriented. So no matter where his money is, it should be simple, transparent, cheap, so that he could transfer his money from bank to bank. We think that this impetus will create new development for the competition level in the banking sector, because all participants will be more motivated to fight for the client in terms of price, quality, in other aspects of services. For that, we're introducing different systems. It's API platform, which we'll talk separately about, but this platform allows to create interbank transactions and interbank QR payments.
Digital thinking platform, which we'll also mention later on in the following session. These are the smart money that can be programmed and coded, and this is all used for the transparency of our banking transactions. So we are also at the final stage of card switch, and we also introduce other systems. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to highlight that all elements of the digital finance infrastructure have already been launched or will be launched by the end of the year. At the final stage, there is a project to bring all the banking traffic to the inter-card approach, and we will use the single standard of the finance messages. I saw 222. It will be in the volume of 300 billion KZT by the end of the year. We will introduce different scenarios with the banking partners and banks. And the anti-fraud center was launched in June 2022, and it already demonstrates good results. Thanks to the joint work with you, we have turned anti-fraud transactions of 600 billion tenge, and we managed to block this kind of transactions. And we will use the regulatory database with the speedy return of the fraudulent money to the victims. And in the platform of Open API, we will talk more about it on the stance. And this platform was already launched this month into operation, and all the banks are now connecting to them. And another important aspect is the active introduction of the software subtech. So the regulators process a lot of information, media, alternative information sources in order to protect the investors' database, and this process must be digitalized, of course. Our colleagues from the Agency of Regulation of the Finance Markets are introducing the elements of digitalization of the supervisory process, and our ambition is to bring all these processes into a single supervisory platform, Subtech, and then next year, in the partnership with the regulator of the finance market, we will ensure the first phase of the introduction, and our colleagues will feel the results of Subtech. This cannot be possible unless the efficient and modern infrastructure data management is created. First, we are talking not about the technologies, but about the culture and the approaches of data management and the possession of data as the asset. And we have already been holding this work in the bank, but these business processes are in line with the best methodologies, and in the heart there is a factory of data. This is a comprehensive system that allows to digitalize the whole process from the data collection until the elaboration of digital insights with the use of technological solutions. The data factory promotion is already in process, and we hope to end it next year. And within our data strategy, particular attention is given to the reasonable openness, and we are intended to involve the independent researchers to our discussions, and that's why we have launched the repository of open data that allows us to share our open data in machine-readable format, including API. The artificial intelligence should not be a fashion, but should become a tool for our day-to-day analytical work, from the processing of raw data to the analytical insights. And within our strategy, that's going to be a key element. All these initiatives require the efficient IT infrastructure on the part of the regulator and the National Bank. Here we will develop in two core areas. First is the digitalization, the end-to-end digitalization of all business processes of the National Bank, the upgrading of the technological hub, and another important thing is the building up a modern data processing center, the creation of the private cloud of the National Bank, the work on which has already been started, and we hope that this private cloud in the coming perspective may entail the particular players of the market. The digitalization is everything, and the implementation of all these initiatives will not be possible unless the ambitious team is there. People is everything. So that's why, together with colleagues, we developed the Agile Playbook that provides for all the principles and approaches for the target setting, processing, and we tried this methodology in Interbanking Center. And the methodology and efficiency of this work has been proven, and we will scale it for other sections that will allow us to deliver changes efficiently and in time. In general, dear colleagues, the creation of new sensors and drivers of the digital technology cannot be possible unless the foundation of the finance regulators is there. In the coming few years, we will be dealing with the reinforcement of this foundation, and in this work, a collaborative work and cooperation with the market participants is required. We don't create the apps for the end consumers, and we have no intention to do that, but we create the tool set, the toolkit for the market participants, for us to build all that together. That's why on the design and decision elaboration phase, we require your involvement. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank all market participants for the proactive positions, because we have worked hard in various projects this year. I know that some work was very hard, and I hope that by the end of the year we will deliver all this works. And the Digital National Bank in general, this is not only about the technologies, but about changing the approaches, how we implement the project, the openness of the National Bank. And we are confident that in close cooperation with you, we will build the sustainable financial client-oriented ecosystem. Thank you. Елена Бахмутова, Тимур Сулейменов, Мадина Абылкасымова, Ayınvar Seydinov, Oraz Jandosov, Unut Shahmetovna, Timur Turlov, Almas Munbayev. Hello, everyone, dear participants of the forum, dear panelists, all there. So we would like to start our first plenary session, which is called Financial Sector Liberalization and its Impact on Economic Growth. So the facts of life are that the financial sector is normally associated with banks, and we cannot skip our attention in this session on the development of the new laws of the banks. You know that the first banking law, the first existing banking law was developed back in 1995. But you need to know that over the past 30 years, it increased tenfold in volumes, and fivefold the number of banks decreased. The first changes and amendments to the laws were made the following year, 1996, and there were many changes afterwards. It used to be 11 changes in 5 years, then in 10 years, 34 changes, and over the past few 10 years, there used to be 82 changes or amendments. 141 times our law was amended. That reflects the dynamic regulatory environment in our country. Let's think about what specifically changed in this law. Let's look back and take a flashback here. So there were so many changes in providing services. Of course, the key purpose was to protect the borrowers. So the principle of banking secrecy and the non-interference in the operational activity were fraught with many limitations that undermined the foundations of the banking sector. The network of quasi-state institutions has grown that are liberated from the standard regulation, but at the same time they have a broad access to the budget and publicly available resources, and they have the mandate in the financial regulated market. To be fair, I would like to say that over this period of time, there was an opportunity for the banks to develop. The initiatives of the government for digitalization were supported by the bankers who were first to introduce such technologies in their activities, and thanks to joint efforts, today Kazakhstan takes rank 10 by the accessibility according to the Digital Development Index and the Global Initiative of the Sustainable Development. In the latest S&P review that appeared October 14 this year, which called the Breakthrough Technologies in the Retail Banking, the agency highlighted the following achievements in the market of Kazakhstan. The banking sector uses and implements the best practices and implement innovations and use the internet broadband services as well as the development of IT sectors. Over the past 10 years, the banking sector of Kazakhstan, including its key players, invested huge sums of money in the digitalization. It was due to the needs of the clients in IT sector as well as the tough competition. In the coming 2 to 3 years, the existing IT cost of the banks, which represents 10%, will increase up to 15–17% from their operational costs. Just imagine, in order to sustain such a high, significant portion of the investments, the banks have to have the foreseen and predictable banking environment, but this is not that all obvious in the discussion of the banking code. So the digitalization, I'd like to note that it is the place not only in the banking sector, but also in the insurance sector. It has affected both the internal insurance sector processes, but also in clients' relationships. The work of the professional security market players, both in Kazakhstan market as well as within the IFC, has accelerated the appearance of new products and supported the appearance of the liberalization in our regulation. So I hope that in future, despite all this, the absolutely innovative organization will appear that do not fit the parameters of the regulation. The emergence of such organizations will be a challenge for the regulator, but it will provide for the growth points both by the financial sector of Kazakhstan and the economy itself. So how to make the regulatory and innovative economic environment as favorable as possible for the innovations and growth. So today our country has had significant improvements in the finance sector. And the first question I'd like to address to the author of these reforms to you. So we're talking about the law of 1995 that was preceded by the program of the reforming of the banking sector of Kazakhstan that was approved by the decree of the president and was developed within the facilities of the National Bank. Probably you remember it. So in this program, in addition to all this, there are some deficiencies of the banking sector were noted. First is the unsatisfactory level of the project evaluation of the economic sector and the risk for the banks. And the second is the poor formation of the supervision of the third is the insufficient coordination of the National Bank and the Minister of Finance in holding the finance policy of the government. So what do you think, Mr. Uras, we have overcome and what is still relevant? And how do you personally evaluate the efficiency of the measures coordination of macroeconomic policy in the latest settings and the impact of this coordination on the balanced economic growth? Well, Elena Dmitrievna, thank you very much for inviting me here. I'd like to join to the congratulations of all the participants and colleagues of our Congress. I'd like to congratulate you on the day of the national currency and the day of the financial sector worker. Well, to be frank, I don't remember that myself, but how did you remember all this? Because, you know, like you have a brilliant memory. Well, two important points. Madina Restaurant seems to mention everything like that we have to ensure the supervision, the oversight, all the things. Yeah, and I think that on that I can end up the question, and there is nothing to add. Well, when it comes to the project assessment, evaluation of the projects, I mean, the quality of work of the project assessments internally within the banking sector and other market segments. I think there is still room for improvement. Nothing can be so perfect. Timur Muratovich, in his talk, and Timur Zhelenov mentioned that the active use of the big data as well as the machine learning and the artificial intelligence are the good prerequisites to improve the quality of the project assessment. This is what we as the regulator and the finance institutions can only dream about. But now the dream has come true. The richer becomes the life, the more risks emerge. I think our colleagues from here will share their expertise with us. They are more knowledgeable about these topics, but the digitalization itself and the involvement of the regulators in the digitalization, the use of the big data, even with the use of the artificial intelligence, are not the silver bullet. That's why, as both the regulatory environment and the quality of the regulator, including the personnel, the people, the human factor, will be the key. But the key issue in here is that I think what we can see in here is that this issue is pretty relevant, and its relevance is always growing, and it pertains not to the economy but to the regulation in the microcrediting sector. And I think that I don't believe that situation has become better as compared when it was in the end of the 90s and beginning of 2000. And we can see that the consumers, as the citizens of the country, we are coming towards the economic stability very slowly. As it was said before, it impacts the development of the financial sector, because the problem is that the low level of the voluntary deposit, as it was 2025, used to be 2025, and it remains the same. So the benchmark of the finance sector of the voluntary deposits and voluntary saving of the population is different, but maybe there are some specific suggestions, but I don't want to waste your time about coordinating the monetary and fiscal policy. Thank you on that, Razalevich. But okay, we are talking about the economic growth in here after all. So it's all clear that we need to increase the level of savings, but what is to be done in here just to increase this level of savings? Is enough measure, is enough, is done today or not? Well, then just to consider this matter from the other side, the level is not enough itself versus the global benchmarks and the benchmarks of our developmental level. For example, in per capita growth. I think there is a number of different factors like the unequal distribution of wealth and money in the country is one of the key factor, and I think that the great portion of the upper segment they save money in non-financial assets and not in publicly available tools of funding savings. But what mentioned the lack of the macrofinancial stability, the low predictable inflation, the understanding of what KZT currency rate is and what to expect from it, it impacts the macroeconomic stability. That is not 100% resolved issue, and how it is perceived by the population and the government. I think this is one of the key factors in the way that it impedes the strengthening of the economic sector.
So this third gap, the lack of coordination between National Bank and Ministry of Finance, I think it's in certain way it still exists in our life. This level of coordination, yeah, it still has to be improved. So Timur Muratovich, so I'd like to refer next question to you. So it's been 30 years, but some issues are still irrelevant. So going to the program of reforming that we studied 30 years ago. So it said the following: the banking field has the leading role in achieving microeconomic stability, creation of economic conditions to do systemic transformation. And these reforms cannot be ahead of a real change in production of consumer goods, which is the main function of the bank. So how would you look at the situation today, Timur Maric? What is the leading task? Structural change or in credit risks or improvement of crediting of loans of current business for interest of growth? As you know, in the program until 2029, we have to increase the share of loans or provide the growth of corporate credits compared to 2022. by 175%. So please. So thank you very much, Елена Леонидовна. So we know that the program of 1995 could have had different wishes and analysis of the, and it was a different period of our time during our development. And right now, I think that fundamentally things have changed. And if we look at the financial system, it's serving the real sector, or it's an independent and significant part of our economy. So I would say that it's the second one. Our financial sector, we understand that it serves its function and quite well. We have some corporate loans, but it has the right function of allocating and distributing financial resources. But at the same time, it's the driver of certain things which are happening. First of all, in the services sector, in the real sector, banks are becoming today the ecosystems, and they can get state services or other types of services. So this realization that banks have changed, we have to realize that, and it leads to the fact that regulation of banks should also change, because they have changed their business model because of their role, significance, and function in our society. I think it's highly important to understand that banks, that we had 200, 300 banks in the 90s, now we have 20, 30. Of indicators, of financial indicators, it's good. Stability is also good, but we think that we need, as an economic system, we need more vibrance. In the English language, there is a good word, some competitiveness, some blood, so to speak, to develop faster. Business models of the banks are changing. In the 90s, for example, you get deposit, and then you have the interest from the credits. They were like made up for 80% of the income. I was a student back then, I don't know the details, but the classical model of banks has changed significantly. There are many income from transactions. If we look at banks, there's a lot of income from other activities, from application services. So this is the new reality, whether we want it or not, as a regulator, and we have to proactively, non-invasively, have to regulate it. So I'm not even mentioning the financial assets as the covered financial assets, crypto industry, crypto finances. It's something that we're facing, and that we will have to pay more attention to, and that we'll have to give our answers in terms of regulation. So to answer your question, stability is important, but banks have to put themselves in the shoes of some non-leaders. Well, actually, the leading, we have to take on the leading role, and we have to promote it, we have to support it. Thank you, Timur Muradovich. You brought up good topics. We need the new blood. You said new people. And as Mackenzie said, we are entering the age of global uncertainty. So this uncertainty, we have more of it right now. In the next year, we don't know what's going to happen in geopolitical sense, but our own story can have good examples. So Madina Rasilovna, today you talked at length about the future intentions of your agency, about what's happened, what's going to happen. in terms of the supervision, financial surveillance. So going back in history, in the basic law of 1995, there was a notion of investment banks. So in reality, they did not show themselves. They did not show it. There were some bad examples, but so these investment banks, they had very wide capabilities. They could invest in direct portfolio investments. They could buy shares in equity capitals of in the manufacturing companies, and they had wide mandate for insurance activities. So today, when we talk about the lack of venture funding or direct funding, so do you think that maybe we could go back to the notion of investment banking, to that notion, and allow this activity for universal banks? So do you think in terms of opportunities, what can we expect in the new law? Thank you, Elena Leonidovna. So, speaking of investment banking, we have very wide range of operations that banks can do. So, investments were allowed to 2 years ago. They can do brokerage activities from on behalf of their client. So, in banking applications, they have this opportunity. They can participate in the securities market. So there are no limitations in that regard, and there was a big breakthrough. As a result, we saw 3 million on new retail investments in the securities market that were traditionally just the clients of the bank. So speaking of introduction of investment bank and then give traditional banks the opportunity to buy shares in equity capitals of the real sector of the economy, it's a different question. After the financial crisis of 2008, there was a division into investment banks, universal bank. So in one account, you cannot do both of these operations. And the current paradigm of the banking regulation that we operate in, it's the standard of Basel III. They were adopted to answer these risks and challenges that the financial system has faced after the global crisis of 2008. So, in terms of if we can allow the banks to invest in some high-risk operations, hedge funds, startups, the world practice shows that it's best not to do that because there are many risks involved. First, it's the risks for depositors. It's our population, and we could do these activities separately. So maybe we could create a new type of license. Maybe it could be a new organization, finance organization, and banks, of course, can create these organizations and can do these types of activities. The new law on banks, I think, it aims at not an introduction of new notion of investment banking, of doing these highly risky activities. Its task, it aims at creating favorable conditions of regulation. You gave some numbers, that there were changes, amendments to the law. These changes were made basically to answer the challenges and expectations of the market. And second of all, we have new terms, new conditions. There's a demand for the protection of rights of the clients of this financial organization and the creation of conditions for this financial organization. New law will be aimed at this. If we offer something as part of this new law, if we allow the banks to invest into new fintech companies, they can do it of up to 10%. 2 years ago, we allowed the banks to do investments into fintech companies, financial services, IT services. So right now, as part of the new bill that we want to adopt, it's in the parliament. They will be allowed to buy marketplaces and and do other investments that are not directly related to financial services but will contribute to the development of the bank ecosystems. So if something new is introduced, we have to look at the risks involved with these new activities and then introduce the proportionate regulation that will be proper and that will protect the depositor's interest. These are standards instruments, so requiring for capital, requiring for liquidity, so the risk management systems. So I think the new law, it will create new conditions for the development of the new innovations, and will reflect the trends which are happening in the market, as well as you will not be able to go without proportionate regulation. This has to be adequate to the risks that will be in these operations. And the second big area of this law, it's not about division of traditional banks and investment banks. We said that there is a big concentration of financial groups that were dominating in the market to allow for freedom and development of the second-tier banks, for microfinance organizations that want to be turned into banks. We have basic license for those. Basic license, less requirements for capital, for regulation, but there will be certain limitations for business activities. We want to do this to develop competition between the banks and to boost accessibility level for micro businesses so that they can breathe more easily and they can develop this second tier organization could develop more and they could differentiate from current practice of financing of business. So more opportunities for business, more opportunities for financial organization to provide these services in financing. So that's the big second area. Thank you, Madina Rasilовna. We all understand that many amendments were made, but these were the stages of development. We have to say that there are many suggestions from the market, and we have constructive cooperation at the regulatory level with the state agencies which are here and in the parliament. But my next question to Amir Bahalna, you heading the biggest banking group that combines insurance organizations and the securities market. So, given your experience, given your influence on the market, and you know what kind of problems we have in the economy, in the regulation, so do you think what else could be done in terms of liberalization of financial sector so that it can make good contribution, maximum contribution to the economic growth? First of all, hello. I'd like to congratulate you on our professional holiday, the Day of Financiers. Each year we meet for this holiday. We met in May for AFK Congress as well. I would like to wish sustainability to our system, not only banks. I'd like to wish growth for this to the securities market, because we are talking here about banks. So this is a bank-centered financial system, and banks, of course, they determine the area even in insurance and other financial companies. I like the name of our topic, liberalization of today's market, because for more than a decade, we've been talking about the strengthening of regulation, about supervision, about control, about punishments. We achieved the fact that we have less banks right now, but we forget about the R letter, which in Russian means развитие, development. So we went through that cycles. There were many banks, now we have few banks. Let's increase the amount of banks. So I think we need to understand the role. What's the role of banks? Is it about giving loans? Is it about financial mediation? Is it about deposits, keeping deposits, maintaining deposits? So is it about ensuring deposits? If we just give out licenses left and right, and if we do some simplifications, we will get a different crisis of deposit safety. And then we have to transform this into loans. There is a lot of criticism from the government that the banks are not creating economy. Only 13% in the GDP share is the share of loans in the economy. And the share of banking sector is decreasing. So why is this happening? So today regulation is quite advanced. So there are lots of agencies which are talking about this. So that we're closing different risk capitalization of the banks is quite high. So we're providing digitalization and other services, but the loans is not about regulation. So we have the fiscal agencies, Mr. Minister, and so it's important to understand the role of between the ministry and the national bank, because we have high basic interest rate today, which is based on the high inflation, and it turns into loans at 18%. The real sector of the economy is difficult to take loans at these rates, and people sometimes they have it easy on subsidies, on government subsidies, like Байтерек, the group of companies of Байтерек, BRK, DBK. If we look at how much banks are financing and what's the share of the government subsidies, so it will be very close. But my opinion is that it's not efficient usage of resources, because we put a hand in the national fund and we want to take from the national fund. It's not the role of national financing. It's the role of banks. So when we are involved in this, we have to weigh out pros and cons. So it's not just regulation. This macro situation, it's important. So we cannot increase our credit portfolio without combined integration between national bank and agencies, because I think it's a big progress that Kazakhstan has made in the past few years, but we're losing this pace, this growth of pace in the economy. There are some problems of agricultural financing. Some clients from agriculture come, they say they have some issues. It's hard to take out loans at 18%. So I've mentioned this many times. So decreasing the share of government funding is important, and we cannot solve this only through regulation. That they say the banks are bank, they're not crediting the economy. I think in general, banks should not be discriminated, which happens sometimes, and in the new regulation, including the tax code, it happens. Banks do not need to be helped. Let's not stand in the way. So banks, casinos, and gambling in terms of taxes and boosting corporate tax. But banks already one of the biggest taxpayers today already. So our margin MC will decrease. So if you increase corporate tax, so here we need to look at not at where we are, where we can take taxes from, but we need to look at medium term, long term. So there's discrimination between fintech companies, marketplaces that will stay at 20% of interest, and some banks will have 25% interest. So we have the big amount of liquidity taken out, 60 trillion tenge, absorption of liquidity in the national bank, but it's not the money of the banks. There's share of quasi-government of Kas Post, which they place directly, but this money is not going directly in the economy. 30% is the level of liquidity of banks, their average level. It's the minimum that is needed for all prudent measures and in terms of credit portfolio boost. So there's little room there. So part of liquidity is going to National Bank through quasi and cash post.
That is the reason why within a line portion of the crediting is the lack of capital, lack of attracting long-term past liabilities in the banks. That's why the regulation of liberation of the law is required, but also liberation of the capital markets. This is the topic we consider pretty rare, but it requires the pension money, that this money is to be invested in the economy and flowed back. Let not the banks finance, but the large corporations have access to the bond markets for funding their projects and different business areas. If you talk about the law itself, I would like to wish that the initiatives that we heard about and the possibility of the Islamic window funding, as well as the ability of the banks to invest in non-banking sector, these are all the initiatives we support. But because so many amendments are made to the law, 180 recently is the indicator of the fact that we put so much in the law. Every minority, every single penalty for non-compliance, and we put everything in the law. So I think many things from the law should be taken out from the law to the regulations, and I think we need to give more duties and responsibilities to the regulators and develop them on that level, and by doing so there won't be any need to amend the law. But if you amend the law, it's a very difficult thing to do. You will have to do it through the deputies. There is going to be so many populistic things, and that's why I think we need to make a broader law with more authorities to the regulators. I don't want to mention the cycling and counter-cycling regulations. I think we have been discussing on that on the regulatory level so much. Thank you very much, Honorable Khan, that you mentioned so many topics for our discussion. I think, meanwhile, the public authorities should prepare a response to us. But I want to turn to you. You have the experience of working an independent director in state and quasi-state banks and in private banks, and you always have your own opinion, and your past experience helps with that. So I just want to come back to the following thing. You know, on the onset of the independence, there was a progressive law, and the situation was of a evolutionary or revolutionary kind. There was an article that the banks are independent from the independent and representative public authorities in deciding about their operational banking activities. In today's wording, it says that any interference of the public authorities are allowed in the banking, except for the cases strictly provided by the law of the Republic of Kazakhstan. This is the evolution. So, Narbi Ivanovich, what do you think? What would be the optimum edition of the law in order to ensure the balance between the regulator, the bank shareholders, and the bank authorities to be balanced? And yeah, and based on your experience, so what do you think? Is it appropriate when the basic corporate management principles in the banks have excessive digitalization, according to me, so they are prescribed what departments should do what? I mean, just recently we discussed the proposal that the regulator should approve the middle managers. I don't know how it will contribute to the efficiency of the finance sector. So what's your opinion? Probably we can guide by the principles. I think we need to give the maturity to the corporate management, to the risk management system, and try not to interfere into the operational activities of the bank. So what do you think should be the basic ideas, basic principle insights from the revolutionary perspective in the new law? So I would also like to welcome everyone and to congratulate you because the Congress is a landmark event not only in the finance and banking sector but also on the national level. That's why I would like to congratulate you on this day and our Congress. So the question is pretty interesting, but I would like to answer it as follows. The first idyllic edition was far away from life, and you can see even in the initial phase on the development of our banking sector, there was no wording like the interference of the public authorities and other representative authorities in the activities of the bank. So we have so many examples how macroeconomic situation was dependent on the shocking decisions of the representative or public authorities. Just try to remember those cases of the inflation and the devaluation which were decelerated in such a pace, and you can see how much time KZT devaluated since 1993. Though I think this is not the matter of the wording, because the wording, the existing wording that you've read just now, we can work with it, but the matter of the fact is that the regulators and the ones who make these laws possible and who implement these laws, they should realize what the economy needs and wants and what contribution may the banks do and what excessive regulatory frameworks may impede and the approval of the middle management is the extreme measure. I don't think that the public authorities and regulators support it, because that's gonna be an extreme involvement in the operational activities of the bank. If we talk about the need to amend the laws as such, I would tell that there was a certain need for that. If we mention how many times the amendments on the law of banks was made, so the landscape always changed of the banking sector, of the economy, of the political design, etc. And for the transit economy, that's a good thing. And I would agree with you on the fact that the corporate management principles that are to be introduced in the banks as the large players, they become extremely important. So we were recalling that there was division of the banks by the universal and banks and investment banks. It was a case of the U.S. banking pattern. So we have the experience of central credit, and the Kazinvest Bank was created through Manhattan, and it used to have a different faith at the end. People don't remember neither the names or the titles of the banks. No, it does. Yeah, indeed it does. Well, last week there was a corporate management forum in Astana. It was created by the National Council of Corporate Management, and the topic of it was the liberalization as an imperative of the development and growth of the Kazakh economy. You can play a lot with the word liberalization, but I'd like to recall the classics of Marxism and Leninism, Friedrich Engels, who said in his works that the freedom is a well-known necessity, is the conscious necessity, and everyone understands what he or she needs to do. So we know that according to this legislation, the investments of the banks in non-finance assets were not allowed in the petrol sector, in the real estate, but in not far away time they invested a lot in the sectors and in these projects, and the introduction of the corporate management principles when we have the operating committees headed by the independent directors. They are not afraid of going in counter of the feeding arm, and figuratively speaking. And we know if the key conclusion is made why such events occurred. At that time, we agreed that the current corporate management The principled corporate management led to the fact that we are now dealing with all these matters, and the landscape of our banking sector is the landscape after the battle. If you go out, you can see that all here and there the assets, non-fixed assets are there, and all of them are stressful. So it's very important if a regulator manages to introduce these principles and demand the execution by the banks and not interfere in their detailed day-to-day activity, including in the corporate management sphere. I mean, what kind of departments are responsible for what, on the names of these departments, the names of the workers, then I think that this balance can be achieved. Thank you. So, and another question to precise. Well, just tell me, please, you give a practice of American patterns, but our corporate management is the continental law based, but we like the British law when the approach are far more different. So when you prepare the regulations, people try to push the responsibility to the board of directors, but according to our jurisdiction, it is the managerial body, the executive body is a full-fledged body that is appointed and managed by the board of directors. Does it help you to evade the responsibility of the management or diminishes the responsibility of the board? So why additional duties and responsibilities must be done by the board of directors? Probably the board should decide itself. I'm not talking about the internal audit services and other divisions, but what's your experience? Do you have a huge experience in that? I agree that if you impose a particular additional responsibility to the board, it replaces the operation of this board in the structure. Yeah, sure, the board should be already responsibility, and it will hide behind the board of directors. Last week, there was a forum, and many prominent speakers were talking about it. Hamad Alievich mentioned this topic directly about the board of directors and the corporate governance board. The corporate governance board term was wrongly translated. It does not reflect the facts of life that are existing in the British terminology. So there should be a responsibility. And when it comes to the board of directors, I remember the times of Bank, when foreign representatives in the board of directors required the liability of the insurance of the liability, and this is the component that allows us to more ambitiously and efficiently execute the rules of the board of directors. I would also like to add, when we talk about the corporate management in the banks, the assessment of the corporate management started only with the fact from 2015. The standards were set, and the methodology was made according to the European Central Bank. I wouldn't say that the corporate management led to this problem, and a huge support was given to support the banking forming financial institutions. That was the reason why the shareholders of the banks, of the board of directors, exercised their powers on the authorities through the board of directors and impacted the board of directors and the company management. At the same time, they didn't assume any responsibility, but now this responsibility is very well described, the responsibility of the board of directors, and when the decisions are taken on the high projects, on the big projects and the big investments related to the investment of the bank clients, the board of directors takes this decision. This is the direct responsibility of the board of directors. There's going to be another direct responsibility of the bank shareholders for the fact that if the bank state will worsen and it will require different improvement measures as well as the different asset inflows by the board of directors. This is what we would like to consider within the new pattern and within the new paradigm. And the responsibility of board of directors increased, but it does not relieve the responsibility from the bank's management. What you mentioned about the bank's management and their rules and responsibilities, what we set the requirements to the bank's management, deputy chairman, and other officials. In this case, if some people are not approved and are not compliant with our regulatory demands in terms of the experience to be appointed at the bank, they find different loopholes. They are assigned as the advisors, as the counselors, and other people that must be approved by the agency but are not subject to this case. So we will not only set the requirements to those people who are directly involved in the risk management, in the risk assessment and the credit issuance, but internally, according to the principle, even if he is an advisor, but he or she has a certain decision-making authority and impacts the issuance of big credits and loans, such requirements will be set on the level of the financial organization, and we will continue this work as we started. And all the problems that we have seen in banking sector, like over the past 10 years since 2010, like something since 2008, when the non-revocable credits were given, or some non-returnable loans, bad loans were issued by specific people. We have a special gray list of such candidates, of such workers that will not be able further occupy any position in the financial institutions. That's why the good corporate governance are not just the buzzwords, but some specific things with specific consequences and aftermath with the particular evaluation of the loans that must be there in practice in any financial institution. Timur Ruslanovich, yeah, we have mentioned so many acute topics, and I want to turn to you. You are as the fastest growing group. You have the experienced boss in the national market, in the banking or stock exchange. You actively work in AIFC jurisdiction. You work in the Western markets, and we always turn to the banks. We have the banking-centric model, the corporate banking management, but there are countries where the stock exchange is better developed and it has a better role to play rather than the banks. So many times in different congresses we discuss this topic, how this parity can be assured, the parity between the stock exchange and the banking market, how to motivate the companies to grow in capitalization, but not simply attract for the loan attraction for the preferential rates. So what kind of work is to be done in here? What do you think? Well, it may seem to me that partially the structure of the financial market correlates with the power structure exists in our society. As a matter of fact, in the current stage of the development, we are largely centralized in power. I mean, we are the presidential republic, and if you consider the financial institution, the role of the key players of the board of directors and the board of governance, this is not the story about the political design, but also the design of many processes in our economy. So when your capital is concentrated and the responsibility is concentrated, many processes seem to evolve as the conscious necessity. Even the work of the board of directors becomes more efficient when you have many shareholders, and each of the shareholders try to protect their rights. If you are a big joint stock company and your key purpose is to preserve the trust of your shareholders, you will work on how to have the reputable people in the board of directors and board of governance, and for this reputable people to be involved in a great majority of decisions, to be well knowledgeable of all the processes take place, because it will impact the trust of your shareholders. So when the finance market works well with you, when you can attract capital from the broad number of people, then the huge public trusts you in this status, then it will be important for you to prove that you are transparent to them, you earn money transparently, and you are indeed interested in this capital market. And it's all clear that there is a dilemma like chicken or egg in building up the trust, the transparency, and processes in attracting these shareholders and then convince the shareholders. It may seem extremely expensive for the organization itself, and it hampers and prevents from decision making, and it makes you spend unproportionally more money both for the corporate management and audit, as well as other things that can be done formally or informally. And there is a reasonable question why you need to do that informally, because otherwise we will not be given money. And as a matter of fact, when the capital market performs well, then this is what the framework means. The framework that was formed in the US, I mean the story with the bigger deconcentration of power from the decision-making standpoint.
Then you have lots of centers of power when you're not dependent on a small amount of stakeholders with whom you can just agree to earn some. So if you understand that from this public trust from your stakeholders, from your institutionalized investors that could present a certain layer of stakeholders, group of stakeholders, when they are big stakeholders, they have a huge amount of securities or some depositors which are in the bank. And so when this trust becomes not so personified, when it's not represented, reflected in the trust of the trust to the bank, trust to certain brand of financial institution, or so some organization too big to fail, like some trust goes through proxy for big financial institution, because our government is has been carefully supporting the financial market and has been maintaining it, has been stopping it from crisis in the past time. So I think this transformation, our transformation of the financial market, is happening gradually. And so I think the formula of power that the president is talking about, I think it will change our country, our financial system, and it will have more influence. It will change the influence among the organizations, among the board of directors. The more stakeholders there are, the more changes there are. If you have new investor and it puts its member in the in the board of directors, so this member will fight for interest of this minority investor that helped him get there. This minority investor, if he understands that this member of the board of directors is not comfortable with what's happening, if he's not doesn't share information, or he's pushing some decisions through the big stakeholder, if they're not uncomfortable, very fast this will transform into loss of trust from the investor that delegated him into board of directors. So this process during which the trust is high, financial market is stronger, and the development of the financial market the market capital is directly correlated with the trust that you have in the public, with the total level of professionalism, with all participants of the market that has to be supported to maintain this high level of trust. And of course, the role of regulator is to support the honest competition in the environment so that you can have reasons to be more transparent than not. From this viewpoint, regulator has done lots of work. It's hard to critique it. We've become, I think regulator has pushed us into transparency more so than the requirements of our stakeholders. So, and gradually the market is growing and developing. So we've been through that process multiple times when you fight to get more trust, to get better credit rating, to be able to attract more capital from bigger deals, especially in the Western markets. And then they remind yourself that you need some respectable people in the board of directors that will know what's happening, that will not vote for just anything, that while some competitors will make some decisions faster. So these are some things that could put you behind. But thanks to that, you'll get access to working with some big counter agents. You'll be able to attract more investors, and at the end, you'll get to the market of public capital where you have more money. I think in terms of tools, we are very good. The amendments that we can make to the legislation, we have one of the best spectrum of opportunities that we can have. I think the biggest thing that would make us activate this, the elimination, disappearance of such things as soon as we get the elimination of, or excessive, when there's too much money while you can earn without getting out of the comfort zone. When we have the need to get out of the comfort zone, I think lots of financial instruments will start to work, and they will be in demand. Just like microfinancial organizations, they are conquering the financial market. Their assets have increased, and most of that thanks to the fact that we have the capital market, and there were many deals, many transactions when independent directors attracted capital, for some foreign capital. So right now, I understand the logic of our national bank. Let's not forget that it's really difficult to wait for some creative stuff when inflation is at 8% and you can earn 14% in the monetary market. So it's 2 times more than the depositors need to avoid some creative. And so the banking system is in a total comfort zone. You don't need to change anything, it seems. But from strategic point of view, I think to be able to achieve the ambitious goals, to double the GDP, we have to push ourselves out of that comfort area. It's not easy because the Western regulator, they did not just kill interest rates for non-risk instruments. There were many other factors. They made it negative to push the banks out of the comfort zone. We're far from this, but still. And it's really hard to make the banks give more loans, because I remember the statement of our colleagues when it was very tough after the financial crisis, and how carefully they tried to treat the credit risk. Thank you. So Before we touch on this important topic, let's go to microeconomic topics. It's hard to avoid this topic. I'd like to go back to the following. To what Timur has said, we need the fresh blood, fresh people, and parity, the banking sector. We have good financial investor, and there are countries in which insurance companies, they take dominating position. So the next question to Almas, we talked about liberalization of financial sector. How would you estimate the insurance in the economy and in the market, in the financial market, and what can be done to significantly increase the coverage, the share of insurance, and the impact of the financial growth? I'd like to congratulate all our colleagues on this holiday. As to your question, the role of insurance market in the financial sector and in the economy, unfortunately, it's too little, and the numbers speak volumes about this. The assets of insurance market, they are 20 times less than the bank assets, 7 times less than the retirement fund assets, retirement market. So it's important to notice that it's a big disproportion. If we look at the indicators of OECD countries where we want to enter, neither countries have this big disproportion between the insurance market and other segments of the market is seen. So if we talk about the role of insurance in the economy, unfortunately we have to state the obvious that the numbers are not very big. For the past 33 years of independence, insurance market has swung between 0.6 to 0.7 in GDP. From the GDP, the average global number is 6%. So our stagnation from 7 to 10% from the global compared to the global numbers. So despite these pessimistic numbers, there's huge room for potential in the insurance market, and the regulator lately has been actively introducing new things, and here I would like to say a few things with regards to how this in the insurance market can be strengthened, or the role of insurance market. So it would be very important that the suggested changes, they would have a quantifiable nature. So if we talk about something, this has to be turned into real numbers, and this has to be viewed in terms of how much they will impact the market, because many suggested initiatives, they do not have any significant changes, and the situation stays the same. So that's the first thing. And out of all the significant opportunities which we have, I would point out two. First one, it's the wider participation of insuring companies in the retirement assets fund. Of course, you could work with pension retirement companies, but I would pay attention of the insurance company to participate in the initial collection, initial savings. So on voluntary basis, it would be nice if population could have the opportunity to have some savings in the insurance companies. So I saw these opportunities related to the participation in the retirement market for 20 years during the formation of the retirement funds. The savings level is very low. If you look at the numbers, monthly pension contribution is 300 billion tenge. Voluntary contribution, the 150 million. It's a big difference, actually. So to just hope that there will be a natural increase of voluntary contribution or voluntary savings. It's not it's not unlikely, and it's hard to think of any mechanism to stimulate this long-term savings. Well, the precedent is there. The retirement savings, these are the main savings, but there is no supportive system for this voluntary savings. So if we look at Жилстрой of housing savings or education savings, there is certain support from the government there in terms of government premiums to the savings, but in the main segment, there is no such segment in the retirement. So we could think about this voluntary savings, voluntary contributions using the current instruments from other sectors. So we could go further and stimulate the opportunities of these contributions, of these savings, through providing premiums directly at the cost of, for example, 1 tenge, you save half a tenge, and government kind of takes it and stimulates your savings. I think, in my opinion, this would significantly impact the market of long-term savings and its volumes. Second aspect, next, it's the participation of insurance companies in the mandatory insurance, medical insurance. This system has been introduced without the participation of the market. So in the retirement fund market, we can participate in some part, but because there's a word insurance there, the insuring companies, they are not participating in that market at all. And as I understand, there is no consideration of their participation. So if we look at the opportunities, I think the perspectives are very good there, because the insuring companies can provide this alternative to current system, so that we could have some impact. In the current situation, when there is no alternatives, it's clear that we have to rely mostly on administrative measures that do not give the desired result. And it's very important to use the experience and instruments of the insurance market, including medical insurance. I see huge potential there, huge future for the expansion of the market and for the improvement of the system. So, speaking of some tactical things which exist there, I would point out to the first one. As you know, in Kazakhstan, there are three intertwined initiatives with the long-term savings. It's the educational saving systems, then it's called Teleshek, and National Fund for Children. These three initiatives, they're not enough brought together, they're not close enough, not united enough. It's good if they had some one origins, one root, one goal. So through the creation of this internal synergy between the three initiatives, you could generate good results here. And given the fact that the basics educational savings, it's an insurance product, it would be fair so that the operator would be the insuring companies, because it's the insurance product. And another point in terms of potential, when I said that that share of insurance is not high in the economy, but in certain segment there's big future. It has to do with the non-commodity sector. Non-commodity sector in Kazakhstan is not very high, so I think the significance of insurance companies in this segment would be higher than in other segments of the economy. So it's important to pay attention to what, after the events of 2022, new opportunities came up for the participation of insurance companies in the international market of insurance. And right now, insurance companies they do the export of financial services, and the volume is quite high. Speaking of the relative share as a result of last year, in the mix of uh, insurance premiums, it's half. This year it will be higher. It will hundreds of millions of dollars, and the support of this field, of this area, would be a very good point of growth, especially in the non-commodity sector of Kazakhstan. So, among the opportunities, I see the usage of some resources of Kazakhstan. There is Export Garant that was private, that was bought by the government for the support of non-government, non-commodity sector, but the current capital is not used properly. They have 115 billion capital. The insurance premiums was 1.5 billion tenge. So we could expand the mandate of the structure without attracting additional investments from the government. We could create some restructuring capacity to export our services into foreign market, into foreign environment. So you've touched on the efficiency of effective communication between the government, state agencies, and quasi agencies with the private market. So I would like to go back to that topic. Timur Maratovich, so it's a question to you. Maybe the speeches of our colleagues was overlapped with the macroeconomic conditions creating hopes or foundation for financial market. So if the environment is comfortable, then it creates disproportionate. So our quasi-sector has expanded into big scales. We could not have imagined that since 2005. Right now the president has instructed the lesser role of government, but in practice we see the different story. So national fund money has reached historic heights, but we're talking about the subsidized money that go through state agencies that kind of destroy the market. So what can be done about this? And national bank position was to 4.4, now it's 8 trillion actually. So how the position will change in the future? Thank you, Ms. Leonidovna.
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Despite how we changed the law on the banking and banking activity as well as other accompanying laws, unless there is a regulatory environment, no liberation will be useful. I think some small defects can be eliminated, but the macro environment must be well understood. Well, we hear a lot of criticism today, and we looked at each other, smiled. Yeah, this is not like because it's very funny for us, but in the way that we perfectly understand this problem, we'll try to get it right. Well, it's extremely important to understand it and hear that we need to make 2 or 3 steps back to understand the strategic objectives in the development, not only the sector of the bank, but also the economy as such. So it's all clear that when the objective is set to target the development at the level of 6%, and we target the inflation of 5%. So the government, as well as any other public authorities in any place of the world, will use all their possible means to achieve their goals, achieve their objectives. If you can tell you, like, one can tell you that under the current rate, the loans are very expensive. People will tell you, like, I need to build infrastructure, I need to build the projects, and in order to get this 6%, they act as they believe. Like we will capitalize by Turek. We will give some instructions to Samru Kazna to be engaged in the real sector directly. I know that this is the objective of the government because the economy must be developed. I think in here, the primary objective, the priority, we are like we used to talk about it, and we had a meeting before where we had a very substantial talk on this topic, and we will continue these discussions without diminishing of the inflation, without shrinking it, without shrinking the inflation, the market mechanism, the market framework, no matter how we call it, regardless of the involvement of the state, will not work. There won't be an inflation of 5%, and the flat rate of 9% will not be there, and the credits of 12% interest rate will not be possible. So I think that we need to consider the objectives of both of the National Bank and the government towards diminishing of the inflation. Over the past few years, we were talking about the mandate of the National Bank that we need to fight with the inflation and allow for the economic growth. But now I think we need to emphasize more the work of the government in order to pull down the inflation down to a certain target that is provided by our growth potential. And after that, the economy will work itself. And not Keynesiansk approach will work like here is the money for you, here is the subsidy to you, and Byturek will fund you, Byturek Berka. As long as the economy works and many projects that don't function now will function. I think this is where we need to consider the efforts both of the monetary policy towards the decrease of the inflation. Even if it is a short run, will not give you 6%, because 6% only through fiscal Keynesian approach is not realistic. We realize that, and the government realized that well, but expecting something that all of a sudden we will start diminishing the interest rate, the flat rate under the developing inflation and the poor investment factor like the fiscal expansion and others, as well as the changes in the tariff policy. Of course, we will not do that, or we will never forget about it, because we are in charge of in front of the government and to the society. And in this regard, I think it will be more important to concentrate first on the shrinking of the inflation and bringing order to that. We are now in the vicious circle. We have a very high interest rate. At the same time, you need to develop the economy. High interest rate of the laws. People are sick for the public support, and the public support gives a new fiscal impetus, but the fiscal impetus does not provide taxes. We go to the National Bank. The National Bank gives the money supply. Again, the inflation happens, and the interest rate is high, and this vicious circle is perpetuum one, and unless we get it all right in the public finance sector, many decisions will be painful. Decrease of the public costs in the short run and increase in the expenses. These are the taxes, privatization, selling of the public assets, attracting public reserves. And this is the reason why I understand all that, and the whole team understand it. And that's why in such coordination of the budgetary and monetary policy, I think for our country, it is extremely important now to ensure the working of the finance resources, and it will create the impetus for a great economic leap ahead, leap from this vicious circle. This is my answer to your question. So I would also like to follow up, like Timur Muradovic said, that we need to use all possible means to ensure the growth, but this means should not become possible. So to close the national fund, to consolidate the budget, to take out the dividends from the national companies and manage all these incomes and costs together. So we need to have the diversity and effective cooperation. It's all clear about the economic growth. You remember at the beginning I mentioned the innovations, and just to wrap up, we have a few minutes to go. I'd like to ask the heads of our distinguished regulators. I would like to turn to the experience of breaking through technologies in the banking. S&P is an independent one. They wrote that with regard to the finance services, the harsh regulatory norms are applied, where the particular attention is given to the traditional finance models and banking risks. It will restrict the access to the market to the new participants who offer the new innovative models. I think, as a matter of fact, they mean that the today's regulatory format does not apply to it. Marina Rastilon, I think this question goes to you. Don't you afraid that these financial services will be provided outside the financial sector circle by paying organizations, leasing organizations, mobile operators? According to laws, they are not the financial institutions. And Timur, question to you. Today we mentioned about the secured and unsecured digital assets, and the head of the state, the president, mentioned that we need to ensure the efficient turnover of digital assets and introduction of innovations. So what are the first steps to be taken in this sphere to provide for the innovative organizations and innovative products? Well, just I'll give a short answer that the law on banking, despite it was amended many times, I think this is a relevant necessity. There are excessive norms. We admit that there are some norms that used to be 20 or 30 years ago. That's a particular thing for the financial market stakeholders, and these norms will be revised, they will be simplified, and they will be liberated. So the liberation will be done. Some of the permission procedures and regulatory frameworks that are no longer necessary thanks to the digitalization and other battleground tools, we manage how to manage the risk. When it comes to innovation, we mentioned that according to the new laws on banks, if these are the banking laws, we need to stress the creation of the conditions for the development of innovations. But now, if you understand that 15% of the bank costs go to IT investments, but everything is reliant upon what is available. Okay, there are banks, let's regulate them, let's impose new requirements, let's require the compliance from them, as well as the regulatory measures to protect the consumer rights, because it's a regulatable entity. But the whole world turns to the regulation of the services. It's not the entity-based, but the activity-based regulation, and this is the area where we will move. And if the payment organizations, fintech companies, marketplaces, as well as the joint stock companies, some shops and stores, not the marketplaces, but the stores that provide that sell the products by installments, and the bank is involved, and the huge regulatory environments are imposed to the banks, and the banks should invest in the compliance, risk management, for the loan capacity of the borrower to be regulated. But then a platform or a company issues a loan with minimum cost, it's a regulatory arbitrage. This is what you mentioned. This is what we need to deal with together with you within the new law on banking, and we will deal with that. It has not only to do with the banking, but also with the regulation itself, the regulation of this fintech activity, the regulation of the marketplaces. This is not only the competence of our agency, of Azerka, but this is the competence of the Ministry of Trade. That's why, together with them, we will pay a particular attention to this matter. not only from the perspective of regulating them, no, but to provide for the less arbitrary regulation and the protection of the rights of the borrowers. Because if the bank is providing this service, all the rights and obligations are written in the contract, the way the financial institution will defend and what kind of measures will be taken. But if it happens with not outside this regulating entity, our citizens will not have this protection. That's why, based on the risks of this activity, such regulation must be designed. Okay, what awaits us in the sphere of the secured and non-secured digital assets? Well, I won't go deviate from the general topic of our session. The key topic is the liberalization. So the liberalization, this is what awaits for us. When we were fighting with digital miners in 2014, we told like, okay, we will allow for certain cryptocurrency stock exchange. We created a structure in the AIFC. We prepared the regulation and bylaws for the digital currency. But 2 years after, I think even 3 years after, we can state that there was not a strong impetus in this regard. We have seen a huge volume of both secured and non-secured assets that are beyond our regulatory framework. And at the same time, we can see that other countries who have done that within their jurisdiction, not within the finance sector, but within the jurisdiction, I mentioned that Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, in terms of the trade volumes, they are ahead of us many times, and I think that within the jurisdiction of the secured financial assets, we need to give a chance for transparent and regulated way these assets and provide for their circulation. That's extremely important. And this is what we have achieved. And when it comes to non-secured assets for crypto currencies, we discussed that crypto means from Greek the hidden one, and all the regulators of the world are negative, have a negative attitude to this class of assets because crypto means hidden from Greek. And we, as the regulators, the fact that we don't want to acknowledge them and we have hidden ourselves, it doesn't really mean that the assets of Kazakh citizens and where they invest is hidden. I believe that a big amount of assets are invested, huge sums of dollars invested. This is not like the tenge-denominated assets, but USD-denominated assets. So we don't see it, but we want to see, not to forbid, but to regulate such a thing as the crypto exchanges. It will be better that we regulate it rather than selling something in the darknet. Let it be only legally affordable, legally allowable, with the reporting. But it will work better rather than being outside the regulatory field. So our position in here is liberal in here, and there are so many issues to be resolved. There are so many details we will discuss with the representatives of the traditional financial system, but also with the new colleagues. There will be increasingly more people from fintech and from crypto industry, and we will not wait from it. We need to be ready for it. Thank you very much. We've had a very useful and interesting discussions. Our regulators are open to discussions and innovations, and the new law will be very interesting. On that, our plenary session is over. I would like to thank all the participants for your participation. Thank you. I thank the panelists and the participants for listening. Thank you very much for wonderful moderation.
Конгресс жұмысын 15 минуттық үзілістен кейін жалғастырамыз.
So let's make a 15 minutes break, and after we continue our work.
И. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. И раз. Раз, два, три. 1, 2.
Сейчас этот, третий, четвертый, дай микрофон мне. Третий, четвертый и у ведущего второй забери.
Раз. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3.
Да. Да, у меня есть презентация. Да. Кликер будет. Ну, там перед вами будет еще
Дарья,
4
а эти
спикера.
антенны
Да,
в нулях
вам
стоят или в
передадут там
пусте?
как.
Можешь посмотреть, а? Сфоткай прям. На. А?
Где он был-то?
Он вот здесь был, вот так, прямо на той стороне, возле двери был. Просто пусть он поговорит, чекнем. Анимация много, да? Digital G. Да, input. Анимация, блядь. Она здесь же, анимация.
Эй. Эй, 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 эй. Раз, а. Эй. Раз, два. Раз, два. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3.
Раз, раз,
Раз, два.
раз, раз. 1, 2, 3. Раз, раз.
1, 2.
Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3.
Ну ладно, сейчас.
Құрметті конгресске қатысушылар, залдағы орындарыңызға жайғасуларыңызды сұраймыз. Біз екінші пленарлық отырыстың жұмысын бастауға.
Dear participants of the conference, please take your seats. We will start the second plenary session.
Бро, у тебя флешки не будет?
Блин, бро.
Бинур Жаленов. Асет
Binur Jalenov, Aset Turisov, Daya Magwin,
Даурин Сартаев.
Daurian Sartayev,
Анастасия Овсянникова.
Anastasia Ovsyannikova,
Ильдос Конышбеков.
Yildiz Kornishbekov, Dear colleagues, hello everyone again. We have gathered here today at the plenary session dedicated to Digital Tenge, the second phase of implementation. 1 year ago, there was the first session, and a huge work has been done over this time, and we have decided to make a discussion in this format to make our colleagues to talk about it, how they use Digital Tenge in their work, what kind of challenges there are, and we planned our discussion in such open and transparent way with some questions, inconvenient questions that we will try to address during this conference and at least find the vectors of solving these problems. Let me introduce the composition of the plenary session. It's Turina Fasad Nurgaliyevich, Vice Minister of the Minister of Finance of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Maguin Daniyar, Head of the Prevention Service of Anti-Corruption Agency of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Sartayev Daurin, Deputy Chairman of the Board of GSC Halyk Bank of Kazakhstan, Anastasia Sergeyevna, Deputy Chairman of the Managing Board of Bank Central Credit, and Ildos Konishbekov, Managing Director for IT member of the Board of KZ. And before we pass to the words of the speakers and panelists, let me make the lyric background of the development of the digital currencies globally are moving from the hype phase to the industrial introduction phase. The banks are introducing digital currencies in their work, and it's extremely important to note that the big digital partners are at the later stages of the digital currency introduction, and as the key benchmarkings, I want to give digital yuan as an example that has been operating in 2018, more than 300 million e-wallets are operating, and in digital euro, these topics are actively discussed, as well as the European Union. And next year, the decision will be taken on the level of the European government. We also have digital rupiah in India, to provide social ads and shows a good example. And through recent projects, there is a digital rubble where our colleagues decided from June 1, 2025 to introduce digital currencies in all places. One of the imperative why central banks of the world are introducing digital currencies is the optimization of transboundary settlements, because the digital currencies are circulated with each other and in between, which affects the cost of transboundary transactions. And what is taking place in Kazakhstan, according to the recent research of the International Fund for the Promotion of the Topic in Central Asia and the Middle East, Kazakhstan is leading in introducing the national digital currencies. And the pleasant thing about it is that around 50 billion KZT is at the end of the year will be 300 billion KZT, and we are introducing different scenarios, 8 scenarios, so with the partnership of the public authorities, and our key partners are the Ministry of Finance and the Committee of State Revenues, the Fiscal Committee, as well as Anti-Corruption Service that allows us at the guidelines level to detect risks. And it's also extremely important to highlight, we discuss a lot the digital KZT and sometimes in an abstract way about the advantages, and we understand in our pilots that the key advantages of digital tenge are broadened up in the coding scenarios. But what coding and software designing means? The software designing of the digital tenge is to create the preconditions under which the transaction will take place or not. We can talk about good words like holding, labeling, but there are two types of softwaring. For example, in programming, transferring money from account A to account B, or meeting other requirements. If the buyer meets this or that condition, the payment can be made or may not. So if we develop this logics, this coding is possible if there is mature GovTech technologies are there, because you cannot set the rules of the game without the sources you can rely upon. So we can see the synergy related to the infrastructure of the Ministry of Finance and industrial branches and the sectors where to understand why we program the software KZT. If we summarize the introduction of my welcome talk, so the logics of software coding can be developed with the Minister of Finance, and in general, upon the instruction of the head of the state, the Minister of Finance is actively digitalizing all business processes, including the revenue committee and taxes. The smart finance was introduced. The new information system of the tax administration was introduced. There are new approaches to create for the client-centric in coordination with the fiscal authority and others. So many systems are being introduced, and we pilot different scenarios of using digital KZT. And the question that goes to you, could you please talk more how this introduction is performed, what kind of pros and cons in this regard? I'd like to thank everyone for inviting me to this forum, and I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate everyone on the day of the national currency and on the day of financial, sir. And an interesting project of the digital VAT is that our previous speakers were talking about the need of the digitalization today that may impact the forming of the digital environment and the promotion and promoting the economy itself. So the question was about how important it is to digitalize the public finance. In the Ministry of Finance, there is a big portion of the issues to be discussed, and in the Finance Day, we delivered our projects and presented our projects. And in the Ministry of Finance, the first important part is the state planning. When we plan the budget, the optimization of costs and others. All these things that we mentioned, all those processes that we mentioned must be digitalized and interrelated. If the first stage is planning, then the next phase is the implementation, including the procurement, which is done by the Ministry of Finance. And if you know what the implementation is, the next phase is the payment of taxes, payment to the treasury, and most importantly is to put them on the accounting balance. The state policy is always under the Minister of Finance. In all these process cycles, we have the projects digitalized in order to provide the end-to-end processes. This in coupling with the industry systems, when the investment public services are available, everything is automated in there. And then through the integration of the automated system, you will be able to align the whole system from the needs to the accounting systems that to make all this line to be the underlying for the digital thing. And what we discussed with Dinur, with the National Bank, the three key projects are being piloted. Of course, the digital VAT with the Committee of Tax, agricultural areas, and the construction. And the key thing in here is the synergy of the Ministry and the National Bank, that we need to design the whole line in such a way that we need to start from the state planning to the implementation, so that a digital KZT tomorrow will go from the beginning to the end without affecting and without involving human resources or interaction with people. I mean, to meet all the prerequisites, like Nora said. All those conditions are programmed, coded, and if all the conditions are met, people will get all what they want. And we can do the single account, and we can use the single account under the Minister of Finance in order to see all the processes and to understand that everything is clear, transparent, and so on and so forth. And one of the key thing, if you talk about the whole cycle, it's extremely important to mention the digital VAT. This is one of the cornerstone projects. So we are in the piloting phase. 8 companies are involved in this process of piloting. So if we speak it in a simple language, for the return of the VAT, normally the company needs 55 days, and it may last longer. But if you meet all the prerequisites, the digital VAT allows you to do everything faster with digital KZT and get everything within 15 days and with no interaction with other entities between humans and the government. It's extremely important here, like Minu said, for what extremely important for the development of digital thing. It's extremely important for the development of the industry systems. The industry has its own systems, and all the processes must be digitalized in such a way that from the beginning to the end you can follow up this whole line. I think this is what we all aspire to, because it allows, without interaction, in a transparent way, to enjoy all the benefits for all, benefits for the business until the state support measures, everything for the bank, the guarantee that all the prerequisites are met, and for the state that all the conditions are met. And everything is done in a cyclic way, in the digital process, and transparent for all. This is the ecosystem all of us aspire to, and we as a state, this is all what we want in the digital transformation. And the Ministry of Finance plays a strategic role in order to create this baseline with the bank, this foundation with the banks, for all end-to-end processes to go through us. The only thing I'd like to add in here is that, if you allow me to talk separately about smart data fines, indeed that's a big project.
So Maditukesh, when he instructed us to create committee on state revenues to make it transparent, and the taxes would have to follow people. So smart data finance, it's a big data where we accumulate all the data according to legislation so that we could cooperate with business so that they would understand why they're paying taxes, when they need to pay taxes, and so that he would not like wouldn't need to contact anybody, and that his accounts wouldn't be arrested, and sometimes he wouldn't know what his accounts are arrested for. So we would this would have to be like smoothless, and he would be doing business, but he would be still paying taxes. So that's the key project. That's the core, the heart of the Ministry of Finance. So you really put a lot of effort into digitalization of G2C. We have G2C, very high quality government services, state services. So it's time to focus on G2B format. When we are talking about more transparency, we wish you success in your work, and from our side, we see huge synergy in the programming of digital tenge, in synergy with your product, Smart Data Finance, to get right triggers so that money would move with less barriers. Thank you very much. Vladimir Kalbekovich, so you're contributing a lot to pushing this agenda, to establishing dialogue between different agencies, and you provide huge methodological support. One of the advantages of digital tenge is that it allows to investigate some crimes, some past crimes, and to also prevent them, prevent some kind of crimes. So, in your opinion, how the introduction of digital tenge will improve the prevention of these scams? I would like to congratulate everybody on this professional holiday. It's a very relevant issue. Corruption as a social evil, social phenomenon brings damage, and each year from corruption the world economy loses around $2 trillion USD. So just this year we registered 1.5 thousand crimes and 16 billion tenge worth of damages. So it's a stealing, theft. So one of the reasons why fraud happens, it's the untrackability of money. The analysis shows that withdrawing money could be done through some fake accounts, some fictitious transactions. So last year, in the media, maybe you heard about that anti-corruption agencies has discovered a big facts of corruption from the payment to teachers, and during the raid, about 1 billion tenge was discovered. So you understand the scale. So one of the reasons is that it has to do with the lack of automation and the complication with trackability. So as part of these cases, we've determined 17 billion of tenge in damages. So we understand that the radical changes can be made only through modern tools of control. So aimed at controlling all the cash transfers, transactions. According to experts, the mechanism of money coloring will help in this. So through this digital color marking, you will be able to track the whole way of the money movement. That's why in 2022, the introduction of the mechanism of money marking. So we've introduced it in the concept of anti-corruption policy. This was approved by the president. So how to introduce money coloring? So we've discussed this with experts, with state agencies, and we've come to conclusion that the most effective measure will be done through digital tenge. So the principles of money coloring, they comprise of three factors: cashless payments, then coloring to the last coin, and there should be legal basis on each transfer of money to certain subjects. So from December last year, we've started implementing the project. 7th of February, the President has instructed to scale this project, and especially in the construction field. So we started implementing it together with the central bank, with the Ministry of Finance. We started discussing. So in the construction field, we've offered the industry of road construction. We understand why, because there are many risks there involved. And just recently, we finished analysis in the road construction together with the Ministry of Transport. Corruption risk on each stage, starting from planning, from allocation, from usage, from control. So we've discovered some incidents when the advance payment was made, and this advance payment during the whole year, it's not used for its intended purpose, or the money is cashed, and some equipment is purchased not for its designated use, and some money is used for purchasing some expensive equipment, apartments, or some other equipment. So we are implementing this project in Atarau region in the road construction project, 11 kilometers. So we've determined the contractor, we've signed agreement. This contractor has enough experience. So by December, we'll do the transactions together. National Bank, Kazakhstan. So, and we'll monitor the implementation of this project. We have two more projects related to agriculture. First, it's the allocation of money through SPK for buying agricultural animals and for buying agricultural equipment. There are many corruption risks. We've done a huge analysis in this field when the money was allocated, but instead of purchasing animals, the farmers purchase some transport, they withdraw money, and so there is no effect from this kind of money. We understand that this instrument is quite progressive, and the introduction of this instrument will give a huge impetus to anti-corruption measures. We are convinced that through the introduction of digital tenge, we'll be able to reduce these crimes. If we control them on every stage, we will see designated purpose. We'll be able to reduce the amount of these cases. And if we're successful in our implementation, we'll be able to scale it even further. Thank you very much. Just a small remark. One of the myths and stereotypes of the digital tenge that people think that we will control all the money transaction, will turn off people from the financial systems. I would like to reiterate, emphasize that there is no goal to replace real money with digital tenge. There are certain projects where digital tenge is possible, and today what has to do with government expenses with digital assets. Of course, their digital currency should develop. There is no administrative pressure. There is no this intention. This technology has to find its niche, its demand, and it's finding it. It's looking for it. So when we talk about the government expenses, the return of investments, our goal is to control the intended purpose, the intended usage throughout the chain. So, and digital tenge really helps in that. When digital tenge reached its final destination, or the person who is providing the services, he has to have the opportunity to have the digital tenge. He can cash it, or he can do whatever he wants with it. So you cannot blame all contractors and tell them that you spike the prices, but we're trying to stimulate the transparency. You can declare that it's your income, it's your revenue, you're a distributor, and please, you can conduct this income into digital tenge. Then what happens next? Then it goes along the chain. So this principle is included in all our scenarios. We don't want to force everybody to switch to digital tenge. We think this balanced approach can make government expenses more transparent without damaging the secret information of the transactions in banking sector. Thank you very much, Damir Kobekovich, for this. We have pilot projects going. We'll see the results. We'll see what kind of lessons we've learned to be able to scale this. Daurian Saksenic, I want to thank the whole team of the Halyk Bank for proactive participation in all our projects. So we've discussed this with you in the whole. The participation of banks like you, it sets the bar for us. It makes us think about the issues that we haven't thought before, because it's clear that we don't work with the end users, and we shouldn't work. It's the bank's prerogative, and we always listen to you. We position digital tenge as the third type of money, and it's critically important, and it has always been the smoothest transition. So the consumer doesn't care what's under the hood. Digital tenge, crypto tenge, electronic tenge, it has to be very convenient, and I know that bank is doing a lot here, and I'd like to would like to hear your take on the implementation of digital tenge, on how it's going to develop. Maybe some criticism, maybe some suggestions, please. Hello, dear colleagues. Happy holidays. Happy National Currency Day. So we've prepared some materials. You presented digital tenge for the individuals, and during the year there were suggestions to make the same for legal entities. So some suggestions, they are not do not see the day of light. So, and you want to do it seamlessly, of course. And we wanted to show the slide that cooperation with your team led to real action. And we have the obvious cases. So here in June we had the first pilot for controlling the government money, the government procurement money, and the intended usage of this money. In September, it was the most anticipated pilot for entrepreneurs. It was for the fast return of VAT. First case, it's the construction of railroad Dostoki and Mointe. So the bankers, they have the problem with resources, but they sometimes lack talents to carry this out. We are one of the biggest player in the economy, one of the biggest banks that serves the clients that do government contracts. So we've allocated the best guys, assigned the best guys. So what happened when we had the first transactions? When some guys from the field that had to do fast payments, maybe some pipe did not come, and they would call our girls, they would tell us, when my money is coming, I send everything. And there were some interesting cases, and your team was proactively helping us, and at the end we were satisfied with that service. our clients said that everything was great, everything was fast, was quick, and it's important that this works smoothly and fastly. So everybody who does with their hands, it's really important to them, the speed of transactions, that there's no other layers of bureaucracy, because for them it's time loss, it's expenses, additional expense. So it's important not to go overboard with this control things, to understand the depth of control. To achieve the main goal of this project is to implement it timely, efficiently of this government contract. The second project, it went really faster than the previous one. It's the construction of the gas pipe Taldykurgan-Usharal. The team has already had some experience by then. So thank you very much for this agile approach from both sides. And the team was moving quite fast. So the clients were quite satisfied with the implementation of it. So one more slide. I think it's the most perspective, most anticipated project. Business has been long talking about this. We're really happy that you've invited us as the pioneers. So Halyk is always happy to participate in these projects. So we're one of the biggest corporate banks, and we're ready to invest in the implementation of this project. Actually, as a bank, we're participating in administering government contracts for a long time, and we regularly see the statistics of how our government guarantees really blow up and are successful. So all those clients, all those companies that went through credit committees for which the banks gave their guarantees. So these contracts, they are fulfilled on time because bank scrupulously filters through these projects and gives guarantees only to selected amount. So we have good statistics to support that. So we're ready to provide this experience to the government to implement other processes of administering of state money. So, and the government should not copy the construction of some certain infrastructure, but they have to use this infrastructure to bring money to the economy in a more efficient way and timely way with the participation of banks. So the last thing that I wanted to say is that previously the big contractors of government contractors, they would earn on margin, and their entrepreneurial skills would help them to earn more or less. Using the new logic of digital tenge, we understand that there is a shift from marginal approach to tariff approach. It's important to weigh everything out because there are very few companies that can do this, take this big government contracts, and everybody knows these companies. So it's important that these initiatives would not generate new structures that would administer these processes. So it's important that the intervention of government into the price formation would be reasonable, and the stimulation of these companies would be high quality without forcing them to change the field of work. Of course, we're convinced that with good intentions you can lead people into the wrong ways. So you need to take a very weighted and very reasonable approach. So it's important to hear feedback from our colleagues. We understand that nothing is ingrained in stone. That's why we do this pilot scenario. We have to, through trial and error, we have to learn this without excessive intervention from the government into certain processes. So in digital tenge, we chose a two-level approach because We have huge experience in cooperating, especially in the field. So in this synergy, in this dialogue, I think we'll be able to improve our approaches. Anastasia Sergeyevna, Bank Center Create, one of the pioneers for introduction of digital tenge, was one of among the banks with whom we started our work last year. She would like to thank the team for their proactive participation, for their feedbacks. So this year, your team took part in the piloting of the digital VAT in the national fund as well. So we think it's the first approach, the first take. This is regarding the transparent government expense monitoring. So it can be used for commercial scenarios, democratization of S and other processes. So maybe your bank has some ideas on how to use digital tenge in this context.
Hello everyone, thank you very much for your part. I'd like to thank all of you on this day of the national currency. First and foremost, I'd like to tell you that we are involved in the pilot projects related to the public finance. It is our priority in the development strategy. So this year we participated in the digital KZT pilot in terms of digitalizing VAT. Last year we participated in the payment of the salaries to the individuals, and this year this is exactly the project which is different in a quality way. So today we witness the fact that the new form of different currency emerges, the digital KZT, because those services, those functions that are provided by the National Bank is the start itself. And the time will suggest that the digital VAT is the project where everything is provided for, and this is gonna be the unleashing of a new era of the digital KZT development. So I don't want to dwell on the idea itself because everything was already told, but we fully support the idea of the development of the government. The Minister of Finance and the National Bank must support the financial inclusivity of the digital tenge in terms of controlling the use of the funds by the fund as well as the public funds in the use of the programmable modules. This is the resource when the digital currency may flow from one resource to the other. This work cannot be possible without the National Bank. That's why we participate in the coding projects, and as it was already mentioned in this pilot, we have seen the opportunities of commercialization that can not only be used for the banks, but for the economy itself, for the business entities, for our corporations. What we implemented within the pilot project is the huge work on behalf of the National Bank and our bank too. So the first thing is the conversion of the assets. So there is an opportunity to reuse this service, and we can freely say that we can convert our national tenges in the assets of our clients. And the second thing is that we develop the method to gain a standard digital KZT for corporate entities, and this method will be used to transfer payments from one physical entities and others. So it is replaced by the digital assets that can be used in future. The next method is that we implemented the labeled digital KZT for the legal entities. The labeled one means that this digital KZT will be verified on the level of public finance, and they will be labeled as the purpose-designed ones, and then will be all used for the calculation of the VAT. So I don't want to dwell on all of the services. Well, this is the number of the tools that are needed for the businessman. This is the digital wallet for a digital tenge. I'd like to thank the National Bank for granting us with this opportunity. When now, with the use of this pilot, we can move on. The way it is implemented in our BCC business for our clients, we presented number of screenshots when you can send the money from one business to the other, and when you can pay the VAT to the Committee of Revenues, which is the tax authority. So now we are preparing some other operations, and I hope that these processes will end very soon, and this pilot will enable the bank to further develop its product. When it comes to commercial products, the key message in here is that we would really love to support the state. I mean, the controlled use of the target public funds is very important. It is very important for the banks within their activities, and that is the reason why, if you want to talk about new commercial projects, it's so early to do so, because we want to wait until the good infrastructure appears. But as a matter of fact, there are so many insights inside the bank. We have a great pool of ideas, but we have to be very conservative, and we need to refrain us from doing so, because no conditions are created in order to implement them. And the solutions are on the ground, in particular to fulfill our commitments, and we can transfer our operations into the digital KZT, and we can switch it to the with the use of public procurement endeavors. And first and second is the targeted use of the per capita financing, the kindergartens, as well as the assets aimed at the food procurement, and it is all in line within the ESG in purpose use of the funds, and it will allow us to track this usage. And when it comes to the commercial stories, probably there can be the collection of the charity funds for particular purposes, and these are the projects that we want to implement the next year. If the National Bank and the Minister of Finance supports us, then we will be the part of these philanthropy projects and transboundary transfers. We have some ideas that can be implemented with the National Bank and with the banks of other countries, and we hope that the environment will be created for the transboundary transfers in national currencies. And if it is the case, we will support this project, and this project will allow us to develop a brand new relationship with the countries that want to use it. Thank you very much. So thank you very much for outstanding ideas, in particular when it comes to philanthropy, the charity, because one of the key functions of digital KZT is to enable the philanthropy funds to be spent for some purposes. So today we are talking about the fact that digital tenge allows us to intensify the administration, and jumping a little bit ahead, one of the example of it is the linkage of the e-invoice with the digital tenge platform. As far as I know, the Minister of Finance has some artifacts as a vision, as the agreement itself of someone needs to deliver something, and the invoice for the services paid, and the act of completion certifying that the transaction took place, and the digital KZT as a means of payment. So if we link all these components into one puzzle, so then there is no issue of the targeted or non-targeted use, because it will lead to the programmed kind of usage with no involvement of the accountants or treasury. There is a smart contract, and IoT will appear in future, that the product was delivered and the payment is made. So we believe that this linkage which the Minister of Finance is doing to allow for the linkage between the electronic invoice, the completion certificate, and the contract and the payment will allow us to create an enabling environment for doing business. And I agree that the industry systems will be reliant upon this. So we need to check whether the transaction terms are met or not. The industry person should do that through the industrial systems, as for example, the Ministry of Agriculture has it, but another ministry doesn't. So this is our purpose, to develop these standards, to unify them. We have to set the requirements to all this work, and the huge work is planned ahead. And I hope that next year it will give its first fruits. Today we were talking a lot about the digital tenge for the public use, but we need to remember that digital tenge also serves as a good calculation infrastructure for the transfer of digital assets. So the tokenization and digitalization have become the realities in many countries of the world, and they may turn into big figures, and colleagues will tell more about it. The securities, bonds, real estate, receivables and payables are digitalized, and as mentioned many times, regulators are aimed at creating the necessary regulatory framework for the secured assets. And Marat, we have been working with you for a long time. We create an infrastructure for that. What kind of synergy do you see between tokenizing, creating of digital currency, and the tokenizing assets? Well, thank you very much for this question. First of all, I would like to congratulate on the National Currency Day, and I'd like to tell you that, yes, a huge work has been done. And as was mentioned before, the digital technologies appear in the sphere of finance in a seamless way. And because they emerge, they provide new tools. When we see that the synergy of digital currency, the digital KZT within the pilot that was done with the Kazakh Stock Exchange demonstrated that there are certain prospects, and we see the synergy that will allow us to create the instant payments and create the opportunities for the programming, as well as it provides for a huge potential. So in here, I'd like to briefly introduce you a small presentation, and we would like to highlight the trends. So we can see in here that tokenizations play a certain role here, and we have reviewed some surveys, and we highlighted that the 91% of investors believe in tokenizations, and 60% of entities are ready to turn their assets into the tokens. And in here you can see the most demanded tokenizing assets, such as corporate bonds, ESG bonds, gold, and contracts, and others. So if we speak in numbers, so we expect by 2030 the number of the digital assets issued will be up to 3 trillion USD, and we can see that the volumes are growing every day. In this environment, like many people answered before, the advantages in usage are as follows. The transparency, there are so many piloting projects with the use of Kazakh digital currency that will allow the access to the stock exchanges, as well as in attracting more liquidity. So here we are talking about the advantages. I don't want to highlight them, but the important aspect within the stock exchange and digital finance assets development is the possibility of calculating in digital currency. What tokenization is? Tokenization is a sort of digital representation of the physical asset. It can be implemented in the following way, either by creating of the digital representation or by creation of digital tokens. I'd like to highlight that currently we see the progress both in regulating and in the infrastructure. We see how actively the regulators are promoting the agenda and enabling the regulations as well as develop our digital infrastructure, including our finance one. So I would like to highlight the potential use cases in here, not only for the stock exchange, but also in general. Based on the example of other stock exchange globally, we see that tokenization of the carbon units, factoring, shares, and NFT are actively involved. If we talk about the experience of tokenization, I'd like to highlight the key projects implemented by large stock exchanges, and the leader in this tokenization in the Swiss stock exchange that implemented this project, and this year they finalized the project of issuance of digital assets, and they already do that on their platform. Hong Kong Stock Exchange develops well, and if you talk about Stuttgart Stock Exchange, we used to see 2 or 3 cases showing an active development. Today we see them increasingly more. The international experience suggests the key use cases and the potential objects of tokenization. So in the prospect, if the regulatory barriers are eliminated, we will see the opportunities in the stock exchange through creating of the platforms, integration with the world clearing systems, and within our 2023 project, the pilot was used in a limited contour, and we need to involve new participants here, and there might be other possible ways for the development of stock exchange. That's it from my side. Thank you, dear colleagues. Well, I would like to highlight in here that the synergy between digital tenge and tokenized digital assets are in the most important thing is the simplicity of these settlements. The transfer of payment for a particular asset. There are different assets. Sometimes it takes 2-3 days because stock exchange have different working days, business days, and the synergy of digital currencies with these platforms is the programmability. Once the token was procured by someone, the money is automatically transferred from one entity to the other, and we tested that successfully last year, and I hope that as the introduction progresses, we will use the digital tenge for these things. Well, dear colleagues, on that, I believe that we've had a very useful plenary discussion, and the most importantly is that our partners would speak up openly and transparently how digital KZT are introduced. And now I'd like to highlight the most important points. Our approach is as pragmatic as possible. We, as the National Bank, we don't claim that digital KZT is a silver bullet against bribe-taking or other means. It's an efficient tool which, if you use it right, may complicate the life of fraudulent scammers and make a certain prevention, but its efficient introduction, like it was highlighted in various occasions, requires the review of the business process and adjustment of the data sources, because the digital KZT outside the framework will never unleash its potential. There must be the construction of the digital ecosystem and introduction of the systems. And we are really delighted that our colleagues from the Ministry of Finance and our anti-corruption service and the second-tier banks support us in this sphere. It's a long journey. Digital tenge will be introduced in 3 phases, and next year it will be in the industrial operation, and we are focused on the specific scenarios where the contribution of digital tenge is as efficient as possible. We have mentioned one side related to the public spending. We have the integration with social spheres. There are separate initiatives related to the broad understanding of the crypto card, of the use of the digital tenge. They will be implemented phase by phase until the end of the year. And transboundary settlements is an important dimension, and we support in different initiatives such as Bridge and other initiatives where have many bilateral operations with central banks from the Emirates and from the National Bank of China. When we start the piloting, we are convinced, we are confident that the digital KZT will take its certain place as a channel of transboundary settlements, as the efficient tool with less pains. So the journey of the digital tenge will only start, and the new use cases will emerge, and we really hope that that's going to be a productive journey. Okay, on that, I'd like to summarize, recap our today's session. I'd like to thank our colleagues for their brilliant presentations, good insights, and happy currency day. Thank you. See you next day. See you later. Dear forum participants, we will have the lunch break until 2 p.m. We will be waiting for you at floors 28 and 30, where the rest lunch will served. The next plenary sessions will start at 2 p.m. sharp.